From the capital of Tejano music, San Antonio, we're live from T-Town. And now we introduce Emilio Navaira y Grupo Rio.
Naciste para mí, contigo he de morir. Naciste para mí. Yeah, yeah. Qué bonito amanece el día, despertando, pensando en ti. Son tus modos que traen alegría, es tu cuerpo que hace enloquecer. Esos labios con que tú me besas, dicen cosas que me hacen feliz. Son tus ojos con que tú me miras, que no aguanto tanto sonreír. Naciste para mí, no hay nadie más feliz. Contigo he de morir. Naciste para mí, naciste para mí. No hay nadie más feliz. Contigo he de morir. Naciste para mí. Gracias. Qué bonito es la noche serena, cuando duermo pensando en ti. Son tus modos que traen alegría, y en mis sueños me hacen sonreír. Esos labios con que tú me besas, dicen cosas que me hacen feliz. Son tus ojos con que tú me miras, que no aguanto tanto sonreír. Naciste para mí, no hay nadie más feliz. Contigo he de morir. Naciste para mí, naciste para mí. No hay nadie más feliz. Yeah. Contigo he de morir. Naciste para mí. Saludos Barbados que la acompañan. Good to see you. Qué bonito amanece el día, despertando, pensando en ti. Son tus modos que traen alegría, es tu cuerpo que hace enloquecer. Esos labios con que tú me besas, dicen cosas que me hacen feliz. Son tus ojos con que tú me miras, que no aguanto tanto sonreír. No hay nadie más feliz. Contigo he de morir. Naciste para mí. Naciste para mí. No hay naciste para mí. Oh, thank you very much. Un saludo para el grupo Rivas.
Welcome to T-Town Flashback. What a way to kick her up. Emilio Nevada live at T-Town. Anyways, we're going to have a whole lot of fun with T-Town Flashback. A whole lot of hits from yesteryear with Tejano music. Was Tejano music.
¿Acaso no soy lo que esperabas? ¿Acaso no soy lo que soñabas? ¿Acaso no soy ese príncipe azul que vino en las noches a encender tu luz con canciones y poesías en serenata? ¿Acaso no soy tu buen amigo? ¿Acaso no soy tu fiel amante? ¿Acaso no soy el que te hace reír y a veces también el que te hace llorar? No lo niego, nunca dije ser el hombre ideal. Es que no soy perfecto, tan solo soy humano. A veces nos peleamos para luego conformarnos. Es que no soy perfecto, pero así me quisiste, con todos mis defectos, con todas mis virtudes, así me conociste. Amante, ¿acaso no soy el que te hace reír y a veces también el que te hace llorar? No lo niego, nunca dije ser el hombre ideal. Es que no soy perfecto, tan solo soy humano. A veces nos peleamos para luego conformarnos. Es que no soy perfecto, pero así me quisiste, con todos mis defectos, con todas mis virtudes, así me conociste.
Joe Jimmy, I'm telling you, man, the memories of memories. Let's keep it going. Let's go to Corpus Christi, Texas. The late, great Selena. T-Town Flashback. Órale.
Yo sé que usted tenía algo que decirme y no encuentra cómo hacerlo, tal vez porque siente miedo, pues bien sabe cómo herirme. Yo sé que usted no haya cómo despedirme, pues por mí no sienta pena, yo resuelvo su problema, que mi orgullo está muy firme. Si usted ya no me quiere, se siente amor.
T-Town Flashback.
Pero ¿de dónde llegó ese Sancho? Pues todos dicen que bajó de rancho. Pero ¿de dónde llegó ese Sancho? Pues todos dicen que bajó de rancho. Dicen que usa bota y sombrero, pero caramba será vaquero. Dicen que usa bota y sombrero, pero caramba será ranchero. Botas coloradas, pantalones verdes, saco amarillo que parece gorrioncillo, el sombrero negro con rayas de plata, pero si lo pescan lo van a tirar al río. Cuídate Sancho, te van a pescar, el puro calzón te van a dejar. Cuídate Sancho, te van a pescar, el puro calzón te van a dejar. Tiene la comadre bien emocionada y a la tía Juana desequilibrada. Tiene la coyota que es la más chiquita, tan enamorada que nadie se fija. Cuídate Sancho, te van a pescar y el puro calzón te van a dejar. Cuídate Sancho, te van a pescar y el puro calzón te van a dejar. Pobre Reinalda, la de la minifalda, dice que al Sancho le lavaba las espaldas, pero muy sola ya se quedó, porque el Sancho pegó y corrió. María Cantú, la del champú, dice que el Sancho le robó su juventud. María Cantú, la del champú, la culpa no es de él, la sonsa eres tú. Y todas las hijas del Don Simón, ya todos se lo saben que son un montón, y se las trae el Sancho con un cordón, ellas se lo reparten y no hay fijón. Cuídate Sancho, te van a pescar y el puro calzón te van a dejar. Cuídate Sancho, te van a pescar y el puro calzón te van a dejar. La mujer casada la ropa le lava, nada se lo niega pues está enamorada. La mujer casada se quedó sin nada, lo gastó en el Sancho y quedó bien amolada. Cuídate Sancho, te van a pescar, el puro calzón te van a dejar. Cuídate Sancho, te van a pescar y en puro calzón te van a dejar. Oh, break it down, boys. ¿Quién es el Sancho? Pues ¿quién será? Nadie sabe de dónde vino ni a dónde va. Así de repente llega y aparece, luego lo descubren y se desaparece. Nadie lo conoce, ¿quién pudiera ser? Puede ser tu compadre o tu amigo más fiel. Puede ser cualquiera, a lo mejor tu vecino, o si no un extraño, a lo mejor tu padrino. No dejes tu mujer, no la dejes sola, porque el Sancho se da cuenta y luego él la enamora. Quiere a tu mujer y no le amargues la vida, porque será de Sancho la más preferida. Con esto ya termino, ya dije la verdad. Si no cuidas tu mujer, el Sancho la cuidará. Por ahí viene el Sancho, ten mucho cuidado, puede ser Tejano con tu mandado. Por ahí viene el Sancho, ten mucho cuidado, puede ser Tejano.
The boys from Chicago, La Sombra. Anyways, you know, I've been wanting to do this T-Town flashback kind of a thing for a long time. Now, just in case you don't know, I do have what they're calling it a documentary, the story of T-Town, the rise and fall of a Tejano club. That's on my YouTube channel, Robert Rivas Radio, at YouTube. You can find it there. Gives you all the lowdown without any music or whatever else, and extended interviews, extended stories about the life and times of T-Town, the Studio 54 of Tejano music. Now, that being said, I have a lot of, we'll call them Tejano icons. That's right, Tejano stars that are going to be sharing some of their memories here on T-Town Flashback like David Farias, David Lee Garza, Gary Hobbs, Grupo Rodeo, Alfonso Jaimes, Jay Perez, Jimmy Gonzalez, Joe Lopez, Lee Woods, Ram Herrera, Ramiro Burr, columnist, there we go, Suzette Quintanilla, and got some employees that are going to share some of the stories of working at T-Town like myself. You know, what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to kick her off on sharing a memory, and where it's actually a pre-recorded memory that came off of my T-Town documentary. And in this little kind of a memory kind of a thing, I talk about my very first night working at T-Town and knowing exactly what I was up against. Forget about the crowd, forget about the bands, forget about the nervousness, forget about the excitement, about working for the owner, Danny Levinson. I'm telling you, man, if anybody knew Danny Levinson, you knew what he was all about, and he was a very, very hard man to work for. Let me go ahead and kick her off. Let's do a nice little memory of my very first night at T-Town and working with the owner, Danny Levinson.
One actual bad memory of opening night, I'll never forget this, was it was actually the reason why the main DJ, who was going to be the main DJ, got fired on the VIP party. I did the same thing what he did, but he got fired for it. And let me tell you, I got blindsided as well. Well, Shelly Ladders went on break, and I went ahead and started playing music, and I played some Tejano, then I played some country, and then I threw in some top 40, some dance music. And as soon as that happened, I saw the owner marching. I mean, he was marching to the DJ booth, and you could tell he was pissed off. Well, he goes inside the DJ booth, and the manager, Carlos, is right in back of him, and the owner, Danny Levinson, gets in my face and says, "What are you doing? Why are you playing that crap? Take that crap off now. I want to hear Tejano music and only Tejano music. I don't want to hear that." And right away, the manager, Carlos Perez, he defended me. He goes, "Boss, you need to change it up every once in a while. I don't care. I just want to hear Tejano music, nothing else. But boss, you need to change it up once in a while." Well, I showed him. I said, "Danny, take a look at the crowd. Look at the crowd." And he got up there in the DJ booth where it was just elevated, and he saw the dance floor packed. Everybody was dancing to what I was playing. And I told him, "Boss man, you need to change it up a little bit. There's got to be a little variety thrown in there as well. Not only Tejano, there's got to be a variety." And he looked at me and he just walked off. And wow, and I said, "So I take it this is the person I'm going to have to be working for." Ouch! I said, "Oh my God."
Siento algo por ti al instante que te vi, me enamoré de ti. Qué lindo es tu amor, qué lindo es tu calor, tus labios rojos yo quiero por besarte. Mi primer amor, eres mi primer amor, eres lo que más yo quiero, por eso ruego tu corazón. Eres mi primer amor, eres mi primer amor, eres lo que más yo quiero. Ruego tu corazón. yo quiero por besarte, me muero. Eres mi primer amor, eres mi primer amor, eres lo que más yo quiero, por eso ruego tu corazón. Eres mi primer amor, eres mi primer amor, eres lo que más yo quiero, por eso ruego tu corazón.
Robert Rivas Radio, Tejano, and much more.
South of the border, down Mexico way, that's where I fell in love, when stars above came out to play. Now as I wonder, my thoughts never stay. South of the border, down Mexico way, she was a picture in old Spanish lace. There for a tender while I kissed her smile upon her face, for it was fiesta, and it was so gay. South of the border, down Mexico way, and she sighed as I whispered mañana, never dreaming that we were parting. And I lied, for I whispered mañana, for tomorrow never came. South of the border, I rode back one day, there in a veil of white, by candlelight, she knelt to pray. The mission bells told me that I mustn't stay. Oh no, no, south of the border, down Mexico way. Ay, 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 ay. As I whispered mañana, never dreaming that we were parting. And I lied, for I whispered mañana, for tomorrow never came. South of the border, I rode back one day, there in a veil of white, by candlelight, she knelt to pray. The mission bells told me that I mustn't stay. Oh no, no, south of the border, down Mexico Mexico way. Ay, 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 ay. 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 Qué tristeza tan grande dejaste en mi alma al jurar que me amabas locamente y tus besos me fingiste solamente. Qué mal me hiciste. Las heridas que dejaste en mi alma, otros labios las curaron con más calma. Y aunque fuiste la mujer que más amaba, poco a poco de mi mente te borraba. Fuiste mala conmigo y en tu mente yo vivo y no te importa. Ojalá que otros brazos como fueron los míos te destrocen el alma. Qué tristeza tan grande dejaste en mi alma al jurar que me amabas locamente y tus besos me fingiste solamente. Qué mal me hiciste. Las heridas que dejaste en mi alma, otros labios las curaron con más calma. Y aunque fuiste la mujer que más amaba, poco a poco de mi mente te borraba. Fuiste mala conmigo y en tu mente yo vivo y no te importa. Ojalá que otros brazos como fueron los míos te destrocen el alma.
T-Town flashback, flashback, flashback.
Hi, my name is Cecilia Barasa. I started off as a cocktail waitress and then became head waitress at T-Town. My duties were to open and close the club, and which meant that I was there from 6 p.m. to 4 a.m. I also had to train any new waitresses, which was a weekly thing because the turnover rate was very high. I worked 6 days a week, and working for Danny Levinson was a love-hate relationship. Danny did not like spending money easily, so he made you work hard for his money. When he was good, he was nice. When he was mad, he was bad. And if you were in trouble, you were sure to be cussed out and chewed up. He was not a people person, that's for sure. But aside from that, my experience there, my memories, I will always cherish. When it was crowded, for times like Selena or Emilio, there was not even enough room for elbows. We had to literally fight our way through just to serve one drink to a customer. If we were stuck in one spot at that time, we were there until at least playing was over. And at times we even had to get a security guard to help us through the crowd just to serve our drink. Our coworkers were great, and the experience I will never forget. It was hectic and a stressful job at times, and definitely you had to be able to work under pressure because there were times things did not run smoothly. Times like those when we were running out of draft beer, or the beer was hot, or we didn't have enough ice for the tubs of beer, and so we were scrambling just to get things right. There were times when some of the crowds or the people in the crowds were not as nice either. There was one memory I remember where there was this girl who I guess she just didn't like me from the moment she saw me. She was constantly telling Danny that I was giving her trouble, and Danny would just listen to her and just blow her off. So I got mad, and I had every waitress go up to her beer and flick it. And we poured extra salt in her beer, and she had a rose on the table. We got the ashtray, and we crumbled her rose. So when she picked it up, there was nothing but petals left on the table. That was one memory I'll remember because she made me so mad, and I didn't deserve to be picked on like that because I was serving her just like I was serving any of the other customers. There was also a time when I was in the bathroom trying to hurry up and go pee because I had to hurry up and get out on the floor and watch my waitresses do their job and me also. That there was a fight in the bathroom, and I ended up hearing a bottle breaking and people saying, no, don't do that, she's pregnant. So I had to hurry up with my pants half up, run out there. I grabbed the first person I saw, told her to get away and leave, stop the fighting. Turned out the next day, the lady came in, showed me the bruise I left on her arm, and she turned out to be our security guard the next night. Yes, those were memories I will not forget. There were plenty memories, good and bad, but you know what? I'll never forget it. It was the best job I ever had.
Robert Rivas Radio, Tejano, and much more.
Mis amigos, les habla Rubén Ramos, el Gato Negro. You are listening to Robert Rivas Radio right now.
Hay un corazón que te está queriendo, que te está esperando y te necesita. Ya no aguanta más. Está muy solito, le falta cariño y cositas. necesitas más. Dale, dale, dale lo que pide, no seas mala. Dale, 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 dale lo que pide, no seas mala. Dale, dale, dale un poquitito de cariño, dale un poquitito de tu amor, dale tan siquiera una esperanza, denle una poquita compasión. No seas mala, dale, 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 dale lo que pide, no seas mala, dale, dale, dale un poquitito de cariño, dale un poquitito de tu amor, dale tan siquiera una esperanza, denle una poquita compasión.
Robert Rivas Radio, Tejano, and much more.
Hello, everybody. My name is Alfonso Jaime, and I was the lead singer for Grupo Rodeo back in the early 1990s. And what can I tell you about T-Town? It was probably the best club in all of Texas, in my opinion. We had really, really great times there, always great crowds. People in San Antonio obviously love Tejano music, and that was back in the day, back in the early 90s. T-Town was pretty much the central. That's where everybody went to have a good time. And looking back now, and as I recall correctly, T-Town was actually the second big gig for Grupo Rodeo. We had opened up for Ram Herrera one night in Eagle Pass, and the very next night, to our honor, we opened up for David Lee, Los Musicales, and it was just an awesome night. I just remember the crowd was amped up. Everybody was standing up in the front. El Vicio had just come out, and people were starting to get to know Grupo Rodeo. And we went up there, and we did our show, and we had a great time. I just remember I used to love to be up on stage there. It was a somewhat small venue compared to a lot of the venues in Texas, but I think the fact that it was small made it more intimate. The dance floor was right up near the stage, and you know, often when you had big acts, well, there was very little room to dance, but somehow La Raza would always find a way to dance their cumbias, to dance their rancheras, to go up there and do their spins, especially the girls with their tight Rockies and the guys with their hats and their Wranglers. You know, I mean, T-Town was the place to go. I just remember, I mean, we had so many just great memories there. And back, I mean, one thing as band members that we really liked as well is that we had a great party room in the back, and, you know, before the gig, we'd be back there, we'd be back in the back room, the band room, and, you know, they treat us like kings. They put out beer for us. They put out all kinds of food. And, of course, we always had, you know, visitors back there, which was always fun that we, you know, always had fun with. I mean, T-Town was, I remember when they reopened it, it wasn't quite the same, but it was pretty close. But, I mean, the original T-Town, especially Robert Rivas on the DJ, I mean, it was just the happening place in San Antonio, and it was always an honor to play there.
Porque vivo enamorado de ti. No puedo vivir sin tu amor. Paso noches largas y tristes recordando nuestro amor, nuestro amor. Porque fuiste el amor de mi vida. Sigo soñando con la misma ilusión hasta encontrar la dicha de amarte y adorar la dulzura de tu amor. Porque vivo enamorado de ti, porque sigo pensando en tu amor, porque vivo enamorado de ti, porque serás amor de mi vida, porque cerca de mi alma estás tú. Amor de mi vida, porque cerca de mi alma estás tú, porque vivo enamorado de ti, porque sigo pensando en tu amor, porque vivo enamorado de ti, porque serás amor de mi vida, porque cerca de mi alma estás tú, estás tú. Estás tú.
Let me just say this, out of all the Tejano songs, all those old school Tejano songs, Selena, Emilio, Gary Hobbs, Ram, David Lee, all of them, that song by Rodeo is on my top 10 favorite songs of all time. What a beautiful song, man. Man, Rodeo just nailed it. They really, really did. Anyway, T-Town Flashback. You know, so many memories. So many memories. There's no way I'm going to cover everything, but I will talk about whatever I can remember, kind of like this right here. Back in the day, back in the T-Town days, there was this shuffle, the Boots Couldn't Boogie. Who remembers that? Boots Couldn't Boogie. Well, anyways, you know, I'd play it. Everybody was doing the Boots Couldn't Boogie and all this other good stuff. But one night, one Thursday night, I don't know what got into me, probably the shots and the beer that I was drinking inside the DJ booth. People always ask me, Robert, were you allowed to drink in the DJ booth? Oh, yeah. Would I drink every night? Oh, no. I'd pick my nights. But anyways, this one Thursday night, I said, you know what? I'm going to change up the Boots Couldn't Boogie and add a couple of songs, one in the beginning and one in the middle, and just change it up a little bit, man, something different. And I created the shuffle, and I ended up calling it the T-Town Shuffle. And no lie, man, out of all these years doing radio and all this other good stuff now with my radio station, I have never put together the mix that I would play almost every night at T-Town. And when I first played it, when I put it together and I played it, and I go, oh my God, what memories this song brings back. So what I'm going to do right now is take you back. Pretend you're on the dance floor at T-Town and get ready to do what I called the ever so popular T-Town Shuffle.
You can tell the world you never was my girl. You can burn my clothes when I'm gone. Oh, you can tell your friends just what a fool I've been and laugh and joke about me on the phone. You can tell my
the floor. Or you can tell my lips, tell my fingertips, they won't be reaching out for you no more. Don't tell my heart, my achy, breaky heart, I just don't think he'd understand. And if you tell my heart, my achy, breaky heart, he might blow up and kill this man. You can tell your dog about my leg, or tell your brother Cliff, his fist can tell my lip, he never really liked me anyway. Or tell your Aunt Louise, tell anything you please, myself already knows I'm not okay. Or you can tell my eyes to watch out for my mind, it might be walking out on me today. Don't tell my heart, my achy, breaky heart, I just don't think he'd understand. And if you tell my heart, my achy, breaky heart, he might blow up and kill this man. Just don't think he'd understand. And if you tell my heart, my achy, breaky heart, he might blow up and kill his man. Don't tell my heart, my achy, breaky heart, I just don't think he'd understand. And if you tell my heart, my achy, breaky heart, he might blow up and kill this man. But she can be mean. She knows what it takes to keep me right on track. And when it comes to loving, she don't hold nothing back. When she loves me, she's nearly out of control. When she loves me, it comes from deep in her soul. When she loves me, I know she's all mine. When my baby loves me, she lays it all on the line. Out honky-tonkin' where the lights are down low, she always asks the band to play something real slow. When we get home, I know she'll take up the slack. When it comes to loving, she don't hold nothing back. When she loves me, it's the things that she says. When she loves me, she's way out on the edge. When she loves me, I lose track of time. When my baby loves me, she lays it all on the line. My baby taught me something everybody should learn. When you're playing with fire, it's alright to get burned. It really don't matter if you lose or you win. The only way to do it is get out on that limb. Out in the country past the city limit sign, where there's a honky-tonk near the county line. The joint starts jumping every night when the sun goes down. of July. I see outlaws and laws, crooks and straights, all out making it shake, doing the boot scooch boogie. Yeah, you go, do-si-do, come on baby, let's go boot scoot. Oh, Cadillac, blackjack, baby, meet me out back, we're gonna boogie. Get down, turn around, go to town, boot scoot boogie. Oh, you go, do-si-do, come on baby, let's go boot scoot. Yeah, Cadillac, blackjack, baby, meet me out back, we're gonna boogie. Yeah, get down, turn around, go to town, boot scoot boogie. I said, get down, turn around, go to town, boot scoot boogie. Oh, get down, turn around, go to town, boot scoot boogie.
Hey, this is Gary Hobbs, and I'm from Eagle Pass, Texas. And you're listening to Robert Rivas Radio.
De mañana va al trabajo, apurada y ella piensa que no he visto. En la prisa de sus pasos se ha olvidado nuevamente que yo existo. Y sonriente entre su auto y con la radio va cantando las canciones del momento. Y se olvida que no hace mucho tiempo me contaba su amor, su sentimiento. Ocupada todo el día, va dejándome de a poco en el olvido. Usa el telex y usa el fax y se mueve tan sensual en su vestido. A las 6 por el teléfono la llaman, cambia el tono de su voz y se sonríe. Le invitan a cenar en lugares elegantes, después bailar. Se divierte y ya no piensa en mí, no piensa en mí, no piensa en mí. Se divierte y ya no piensa en mí, no piensa en mí, no piensa en mí. Puedo comprender, todo tuvo fin, pero esa indiferencia duele tanto, tanto en mí. Madrugada y por celos mi cariño se consume. La imagino a ella bailando y dejando que otro llegue a su perfume. Yo no quiero imaginar su fin de noche, cualquier cosa más yo no soportaría. Y prefiero disfrazar lo que siento y no pensar más que ironía. Se divierte y ya no piensa en mí, no piensa en mí, no piensa en mí. Se divierte y ya no piensa en mí, no piensa en mí, no piensa en mí. Se divierte y ya no piensa en mí, no piensa en mí, no piensa en mí. Se divierte y ya no piensa en mí, pero esa indiferencia duele tanto, tanto en mí.
Can never go wrong with Gary Hobbs writing at the time, the Hot Sauce Band. You know, this song here by the Super Group of people would always tell me, Robert, that kind of, is that Joe Lopez singing? And I would say, no, this is Jimmy Gonzalez. What a song. People would always ask me for the song and tell me, play that Joe Lopez song. But this is actually Jimmy Gonzalez. What a song.
Me estoy acostumbrando a estar sin ti. No extraño las caricias que te di. No miento, fue difícil en olvidarte. Al irte hasta pensé matarme, pero no siento nada. De ti estoy cansado. De ti no vuelvas, porque no quiero volver a amarte. Pero no siento nada, vivo feliz sin verte. Ya no te extraño, ni te echo menos, ya te olvidé. Las caricias que te di, lo miento, fue difícil en olvidarte. Al irte hasta pensé matarme, pero no siento nada. De ti estoy cansado. De ti no vuelvas, porque no quiero volver a amarte. Feliz sin verte, ya no te extraño, ni te echo menos, ya te olvidé. Estoy cansado, de ti no vuelvas, porque no quiero volver a amarte. Pero no siento nada, vivo feliz sin verte. Ya no te extraño, ni te echo menos, ya te olvidé. brazos junto a mí, esa mujer. Esa mujer, la quiero ver en mis brazos junto a mí, esa mujer.
Tejano music, this city view band, esa mujer. Let's keep it going on T-Town Flashback. Keep the heat a tu tío, porque le gusta bailar cumbia. Oh, really?
Viernes, sábado y domingo, tú la puedes encontrar en cualquier salón de baile donde cumbia van a tocar. Con su cara bien pintada, su ropa muy especial, de ese modo que ella baila, como ella no hay otra igual. Y cuando empiezan los músicos a tocar, no importa si hay pareja para bailar, porque le gusta bailar cumbia, porque le gusta bailar cumbia, porque le gusta bailar cumbia, porque le gusta ella bailar, porque le gusta bailar cumbia, porque le gusta bailar cumbia, porque le gusta bailar cumbia, porque le gusta ella bailar. Con su cara bien pintada, su ropa muy especial, de ese modo que ella baila, como ella no hay otra igual. Y cuando empiezan los músicos a tocar, no importa si hay pareja para bailar, porque le gusta bailar cumbia, porque le gusta bailar cumbia, porque le gusta bailar cumbia, porque le gusta ella bailar, porque le gusta bailar cumbia.
Catchy little song, Pete the Heat a Studio, porque le gusta bailar cumbia. Anyways, T-Town Flashback in full effect. You know, I'm going to give you a crazy fun fact about T-Town. 2 or 3 months after it opened up, I'll never forget this. It was like a Thursday, I think it was. The doors had just opened, 7:30. I had just started playing music. People were filtering in slowly but surely. And out of the clear blue, I just heard somebody waving at me, telling me, Robert, we need help over here. We need EMS. We need help. Somebody's had a heart attack. All true. So I kind of called security. Security went over there, and before you know it, there was a man laid out on the floor. He had had a heart attack. How crazy is this? Mind you, people are still coming in. I've got music playing, and yet someone's laid out on the floor. And I was like, what do I do? I said, I couldn't think of anything to do but stop the music. How can you have music playing when somebody's had a heart attack and thrown on the ground? To this day, I don't even know if the man survived or not or anything. I just know it took at least about 20-25 minutes for EMS to show up, put him on a stretcher, get him out of there, and give him the medical attention he needed. And then, of course, the night continued. Just crazy, man. Really, really was. Anyways, one of another crazy fun fact about T-Town was that right about a month and a half after the club opened, the boss man decided to start recording all of our bands that were performing there. All true. So we started recording every band that would perform in there. Didn't matter, they came a month later, 2 months later. Every band was being recorded. And you're probably wondering, wow, Robert, you must have one hell of a library of recordings from T-Town. No, I don't. You know, when you're there, you don't think stuff like this, man. You don't think, man, I'm going to say this for 30 years later. You don't think any of that. You know, you're going along with the program. You're into the mix, you know, all the excitement. You don't think about stuff like that. But I did keep 4 or 5 VHSs, and I transferred them into DVD and did whatever I did with them, video, audio, etc. Speaking of that, people have told me, man, Robert, we wish we could have been there, man. It would have been awesome to have been there. What I'm going to do for you right now, I'm going to go ahead and play a cut from a recording live at T-Town of El Super Grupo Más. Joe Jimmy, El Super Grupo Más. This is a live recording of the boys from Brownsville, Texas performing. But I tell you what, before I play that for you, Joe Lopez wants to share a memory of T-Town. And right after that, we're going to go live to T-Town with Super Grupo Más performing live at T-Town. Check it out.
Joe López del Grupo Más. Mandar un saludo a todos ustedes de parte de Joe López y de Robert Rivas Radio.
Amigo, so many memories. I think you remember when I used to be at T-Town con Carlos Perez, Danny Levinson. Cuando ustedes tocaban in T-Town and y'all would always slam it. Amigo, so many memories of you guys performing at T-Town. No, T-Town.
Wow, that was something else. That place was exploding every time we played there. It was on fire. Very nice, and Danny was so good to me. And all those people were so good. Thank you, Danny. Out there, if you're listening to us.
Well, I don't know if you've been informed or not, but Danny Levinson passed away several years ago.
Oh, my God, yeah. No, I didn't. Pobrecito, that's really bad, man.
Yeah, he passed away. I'm gonna say maybe, Joe, about 10 years ago, give or take. But I tell you what, I mean, I used to kind of criticize him, mock him, make fun of him, because tenía Super Grupo Más posters all over T-Town, man. He loved you guys, man.
Yeah, I used to stay over at his place, and we used to have a lot of fun together. He's a real nice man. He was a real nice man, and hey, man, he rests in peace also. And one day we'll see everybody out there. One day we'll be all together.
Y así te vas a quedar, con dinero y sin dinero, hago siempre lo que quiero, y mi palabra es la ley. No tengo trono ni reina, ni nadie que me comprenda, pero sigo siendo el rey. todo me tortura, sé querer. Nos dejamos hace tiempo, pero se llegó el momento de perder. Tú tenías mucha razón, te hago caso al corazón y termino por volver. Y volver. Tus brazos otra vez, llegaría hasta donde estés. Yo sé perder, quiero volver, volver, volver. Sí, señor, no se ve. Gracias, muy amable. Gracias. Thank you. Verás que me he cambiado, que estoy enamorado, tal vez igual que ayer. Quizás te comentaron que a solas me miraron, llorando tu querer. Y no me da vergüenza, si aún con la experiencia que la vida me dio, a tu amor yo me aferro, y aunque yo no tengo, no te puedo olvidar. A tu amor yo me aferro, y aunque yo no lo tengo, no te puedo olvidar. ¿De qué manera te olvido? ¿De qué manera te entierro este cariño maldito que a diario tormentas a mi corazón? ¿De qué manera te olvido si te mira cualquier gente y tú no quieres ni verme porque te conviene callar nuestro amor? El saludo a los amigos que nos están visitando, las amiguitas, bienvenidas. ¿De qué manera te entierro este cariño maldito que a diario tormentas a mi corazón? ¿De qué manera te olvido si te mira cualquier gente y tú no quieres ni verme porque te conviene callar nuestro amor? Gracias, es una grabación del grupo de mariachi de Campanas de América.
T-Town Flashback, Flashback, Flashback.
Decía, que alegre me decía, te voy a hacer tus canciones como las de ese ranchero, en los comienzos de lana, te las sacaba de cuero, el gusto de los rancheros, este no es su buen caballo.
te di, pues el Señor, ay, 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 ay. Mamá no me dijo nada, mamá no me dijo nada, nomás me trató de amor, ay, 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 ay.
Hey amigos, les habla Joe Posada. You are listening to Robert Rivas Radio, Tejano, and much more.
Sonreír, que ya no sé lo que es vivir. Desde el día en que te marchaste de mí, no hay razón para mí existir. No, porque no puedo, no puedo, no, no, no puedo, no puedo más, no puedo vivir sin ti. No puedo, no puedo, no, no, no puedo, no puedo más si tú no estás aquí. Las noches parecen la eternidad, parece que no va a amanecer. Todo varía por saber la verdad, cómo fue que perdí tu querer. No puedo vivir sin ti. No puedo, no puedo, no, no, no puedo, no puedo más si tú no estás aquí. De no sonreír, que ya no sé lo que es vivir. Como quisiera tenerte a mi lado, a poder olvidar el pasado. No, no, porque no puedo, no puedo, no, no, no puedo, no puedo más, no puedo vivir sin ti. No puedo, no, no, no puedo, no puedo más si tú no estás aquí.
T-Town Flashback. I'm going to give you all a crazy fun fact. La Mafia was one of the very, very few heavy hitter bands that never performed at T-Town. Why? They just wanted too much damn money.
Yo quiero ser ya feliz, al fin poder sonreír. Yo ya no quiero seguir sufriendo sin un amor. Yo quiero ser ya feliz, tener con quien compartir mi vida entera. Se desespera en el dolor. Qué triste es vivir sin ser amado, mejor morir, a veces he deseado. Le pido a Dios, perdido en el llanto, me ayude a hallar el cariño anhelado, pues yo quiero ser ya feliz. Yo quiero ser ya feliz, al fin poder sonreír. Yo ya no quiero seguir sufriendo sin un amor. Yo quiero ser ya feliz, tener con quien compartir mi vida entera. Se desespera en el dolor. Qué triste es vivir sin ser amado, mejor morir, a veces he deseado. Le pido a Dios, perdido en el llanto, me ayude a hallar el cariño anhelado, pues yo quiero ser ya feliz.
This is Jeff Perales, and this is my memory of T-Town. Let's see, where do I start? T-Town was the stomping grounds for, at that time, for all the Tejano artists that were just coming up. Even the Tejano artists that wanted to get exposure, and artists that just wanted to make some noise. It was the actual spot for all Tejano fans. That was the club of all clubs. That was the happening place, so to say. People just gravitated to that place. It just had some kind of magic that just grabbed people, and that just get let loose and have fun, and you got to see all the famous Tejano stars, all over the state of Texas come down to San Antonio to perform, and that was the actual spot. That was the spot to be.
Yo te pido, ven a entregarme todo
te portas mal. Nunca irás al cielo si me pagas mal. Nunca irás al cielo si te portas mal. Yo te pido que no abandones mi corazón. Yo te pido, ven a entregarme todo tu amor. Si conmigo te portas mal, aunque eres del cielo, te van a obligar. Tú nunca irás al cielo si te portas mal. Nunca irás al cielo si me pagas mal. Nunca irás al cielo si te portas mal. Tú nunca irás al cielo si te portas mal. Nunca irás al cielo si me pagas mal. Nunca irás al cielo si te portas mal.
I can still remember Jay performing that song on T-Town stage, Saturday, Friday, Wednesday. It was all good back in the day. Let's slow her down. Whenever I wanted to get everything all nice and romantic, I'd play this one by Los Desperados, Mi Tesoro.
Nada me importa cuando me besas, de todo me olvido. Cuando no miro tus lindos ojos, es un martirio. Si tú supieras cuando te tengo entre mis brazos, mucho disfruto de tus caricias y tus encantos. Nada me importa lo que me digan, si yo te quiero, si yo te adoro.
Robert Rivas Radio, Tejano, and much more.
This is Xavier Olivares. Most of y'all know me back in the day as X-Man head of security at T-Town. I'm just on here to let y'all know a few things that went down at T-Town, because most of y'all went over there just to have a good time, listen to good music, party, be a part of the Tejano scene. But there was a lot more than that. Not only was it happening on the dance floor, it was happening all around on the dance floor, even outside the club, inside the club. A lot of things happened. We were there to make sure that everybody went there to have a good time, and most people did. But every now and then, you get some knuckleheads in there that just want to kind of ruin it for everybody. But we really didn't let that happen too much. There was a lot of the famous Robert Rivas security to the back. So there was a lot of that going on. A lot of heads got rolled a little bit here and there. A lot throwing out the back door, the front door. It just depends on what door you were closest to and how you were acting. But men weren't the only ones either. Women were too. You women, you went over there, you guys were kind of rough. You guys look good and everything like that. But you see your vato in there with another girl and it was on. It was like, man, worst night T-Town history has to be Emilio Nevada playing the Super Bowl, the Dallas Cowboys playing the Buffalo Bills. That was the worst night. They were lined up outside the door, and every time we threw one out, I'd say about 5 were let in. We threw people out left and right. We started taking count. We must have thrown over 100 people out that night. People upset over this, too many people in the club, everybody drunk, everybody trying to have a good time, bumping into each other, hitting each other. Tables fell over. People got thrown out different directions. A lot of fights broke out. That was that's probably the roughest night there. It seems like every time everybody got paid on the first, since most of our T-Town clientele didn't work or have jobs, but it seems like most everybody on the first would go and party, especially for Thursday and Sunday 69-cent nights. It was just crowded. It was just chaos. It was totally just insane. None of y'all really saw this because it was handled pretty well, but a lot of chingazos went down at T-Town. Not only did it go down with the men, it went down with the women, but we also had women bouncers. And our women bouncers, they were pretty rough too. I mean, hey, we've seen them throw some punches at some dudes and lay some people out. There were some good times, there were some really good times. We had a lot of respect from a lot of different people. Of course, we had a lot of people from out of town that would go and didn't understand the concept of, hey, you're here to have a good time, and that's about it. And we would show you to the door, and we would take care of business for you. We'd make sure that you were all right, especially during the dances. Everybody wanted to dance holding their beer bottle. I never understood that. So, of course, we'd have to sweep the dance floor and take care of all the beer bottles off, and that's when some of the guys would say, hey, what are you doing with my beer? And one thing leads to another. It just seems like nobody wants to listen anymore back then in the day. But we had a lot of good times. We had a lot of bad times. We saw a lot of stuff. I mean, the security probably saw more stuff than anybody else there. We'd have to go in the restrooms and take out women who were drunk, passed out in the stalls, and all this other stuff, trying to look as good as they can. But let me tell you, you women did not look good, bent over a toilet, throwing up in it or anything like that. So getting thrown out like that way, especially you jealous women. Women would be so jealous all the time. It was insane. We had one woman, if those of you that went, remember T-Town was on the hill, and below it was parking, where now there's like a KFC there and everything. We had a woman jump off the top of that wall because her boyfriend got upset with her and left. Now, who does that? What man out there is worth it for you to jump off the top of the wall, which is almost 2 stories, and break your back, and your man is just gone? See you later. Gotta go. Have you there. Ambulance comes, picks you up, you got a broken back, and your old man's taking off in the sunset. Who does that? Nobody. You guys were crazy. Fight-wise, yeah, there was a lot of fights, a lot of 2-on-1, a lot of 4-on-1, a lot of 4-on-2. We ranged different sizes as far as the bouncers. We tried to handle everything that we could, but the chingazos were there. There's a lot of guys got their ass kicked big time, and that's just the way it was. Didn't want to listen. Robert stood over everybody, so he saw mostly everything, but every time we heard that famous security to the back, boy, there we were. And Robert B with his flashlight pointing right there. There we go. We go and bum rush people. But it was fun. It was a lot of fun. It was part of an experience that we had. To this day, most of us, we still talk. We still hang out. We reminisce about the things the way they were. It was a good time. It was a really good time. It was part of the Tejano movement. Everybody and somebody that has anything to do with Tejano went through T-Town. We took care of many bands. We took care of many celebrities. We've seen a lot of things. We saw Hector Macho Camacho get beat by a woman on the punching bag to see who could hit it the hardest. We saw that. He came in there T-Town one night and everybody was Chavez, Chavez, Chavez. The crowd was going crazy and stuff, and he was just, relaxing, doing his thing. But we went to the bag. Those of you who know what the bag is, that were there back where the pool tables were, you put a quarter in, the bag would come down, you hit it, see how hard it would go? Well, we knew a waitress that could hit it harder than he did. And that was pretty cool. That was pretty funny. Everybody laughed at him. But anyways, those were the days. We had good times. We had bad times. A lot of us still stay together. It's something that none of us will forget. And I know that San Antonio will never forget because T-Town was.
What's up, people? This is Tony Guerrero de la Sombra de Chicago, and I'm here with my boy Robert Rivas on Robert Rivas Radio, Tejano, and much more.
sé por qué ya no me miras sé por qué ya no me quieres como antes me querías. Quiero saber lo que te pasa para ver si tengo la causa. Porque mujer, tú me maltratas si yo no te he hecho nada. Un día verás que tú has perdido el amor que muchas han querido. Yo sin saber lo que ha pasado, porque tú te fuiste de mi lado. No sé por qué ya no me quieres como antes me querías. Quiero saber lo que te pasa para ver si tengo la causa. Porque mujer, tú me maltratas si yo no he hecho nada. Quiero saber lo que te pasa para ver si tengo la causa. Porque mujer, tú me maltratas si yo no te he hecho nada.
The late, great Emilio Nevada, no sé por qué. T-Town flashback in full effect. Ay, 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 ay. The memories, the memories, the memories, man. You know, it took me, actually, I do have, people call it, not a bio, a documentary where, I talk about T-Town from the beginning to the end and a whole lot in between. It's like about 2.5 hours, something like that. You can always check it out. Go to my YouTube channel, Robert Rivas Radio. That simple. Or just go to my website, robertrivasradio.com, and get the link from there. It's all good. You know, there was one crazy night, a Saturday night, that went down at T-Town, and this is one that I'll never forget. And mind you, I'm not dogging anybody or anything. This is just the way it was. Back in the day, when everything was kicking, there was a band called Excelencia from Houston, Texas, and they were the bad boys, man. They were super popular. They were kicking. They were how do you want to say it? Rise and coming and rising, or they were just really getting really popular. So popular that we put them down as a Saturday night band. If there was a band playing at T-Town on a Saturday night, that's because they were kicking butt. They could fill the club, and Excelencia was one of those bands. Well, anyways, a simply crazy event happened on a Saturday night, and I can't explain it any better than what I did on my T-Town documentary, The Rise and Fall of a Tejano Club. So I got a little clip from it explaining exactly what happened on this Saturday night with the band Excelencia. Let's take you back in time. And like I said, this is just simply craziness on a Saturday night with the band Excelencia.
Share a story with you guys that I've told very few people about this, but this is a true story. Now, in this story, I'm not knocking the band or anything. It is what it is. You know, there was no at fault here. It was just misunderstanding. That's all it was. So mind you, I'm not putting the spotlight on the band itself. This is just a story that really did happen. One night, we had Excelencia performing there at the club. And Excelencia, man, they were just kicking ass. They were doing very well, at least for us there at T-Town. And one night, before the boys went on stage, their wives, girlfriends, whoever they were, I think there were 4 of them, 3 of them, they had a table. They had a table close to the stage, and they were sitting down, they were having their drinks, and the guys went on stage. They started performing. No big deal. Excelencia's performing. Great. Their wives are doing their deal, whoever they are, girlfriends, whoever they were, and sounds pretty simple, right? Well, the band went on break. They went on break. Well, their wives, girlfriends, whoever they were, went backstage, went back to the band room with the boys. Sounds pretty simple, right? Well, we were packed. We were slammed. And tables were far and few. You know, everybody had to stand. Well, when the ladies left to go with the band members in the back, you know, the waitress came and cleaned up the table. You know, it looked like they had left. She cleaned up the table, and 2 couples go and sit there. There we go. Sounds simple. Well, when Excelencia goes back up on stage, the girlfriends are going back to their table. Mind you, the band starts already. So the girlfriends now don't have their table no more. You know, it's been cleaned up and somebody else is sitting there. Well, they go and complain and say, that was our table. Well, I mean, it was explained to them, you left. You got up and left, you know, and we had to give the table to somebody else. The girlfriends' wives didn't like it. While the band's playing Excelencia, they go, and I'm seeing some of this, where they whisper into one of the band members' ears while he's playing. They're giving him the lowdown, you know. Hey, man, something's wrong here. They're pissed off. They're not being respected. That's the way they saw it, I guess. Well, I mean, the band didn't like it, so what does Excelencia do? They finish their song. They're not even 10 minutes into their second set, and they get up, and they walk off. They get off the stage. You know, they're backing up the play of their girlfriend's wives, and they're saying, you know what? We're not going to play anymore. And they're back there, and I'm told right away, Robert, get your butt back up to the DJ booth and start playing music. And I say, well, okay. So I start playing music, and they're trying to figure out what's going to happen back there. And when it was all said and done, they told Excelencia, either you guys get back up on stage and finish up your set, or you're not going to get paid. You know, and they're coming in from Houston, Texas. You know, it was, to me, it was just a simple matter of miscommunication. It would have been all resolved if those girls would have said, we're going to be back in a little bit, save this table, don't give it up to anybody, reserve it, and that'll be that. But at the time, they probably weren't thinking about it. They just decided to go back, you know, with their guys or whatever the case may be, and they thought it would just be the table would be waiting for them. And that wasn't the case. And it caused a lot of commotion. It really, really did. But like I said, Excelencia was doing well for us, and we didn't want no hard feelings with them, but at the same token, I mean, it was a terrible thing for them just to get off of the stage and say, we're not going to play no more, because they came in from Houston, and of course, they wanted to get paid, and they were getting paid pretty good money with T-Town. So it all got resolved. They got back up on stage, and they finished out the night. Craziness, isn't it? It really, really is. Man, I'm telling you, so many stories.
El corazón en 1000 pedazos, me siento solo como la pluma en el aire. ¿De qué me sirve ya la vida en este mundo si ya no tengo las caricias de mi madre? Cuando yo andaba disfrutando en las placeres, jamás pensaba que una madre es lo primero. Hoy que Diosito me quitó a mi pobre madre, ya que una madre no se compra con dinero. Yo no cambiaba ni por 1000 puñados de oro las bendiciones y el cariño de mi madre. De sangre viva son las lágrimas que lloro, pero es inútil porque ya le lloro tarde. Tesoro más valioso en este mundo, como la madre que nos dio en ser y la vida, que su cariño nos ofrece hasta que muere, y ahí llora
sentimiento, porque el cariño que yo más quiero me abandonó. Ella me dijo que me quería y no fue cierto. Ella me dijo que me adoraba y me mintió. Llevo conmigo solo el recuerdo de aquel cariño que un día me quiso y me dejó. Yo la quería con toda mi alma y no lo niego, pero la ingrata tan despiadada me traicionó. Si un día la encuentro y me lastima, vamos a verlo. ¿Quién puede más? Ya pa' qué quiero nada en el mundo si no la tengo, todo es igual. Llevo conmigo solo el recuerdo de aquel cariño que un día me quiso y me dejó. Yo la quería con toda mi alma y no lo niego, pero la ingrata tan despiadada me traicionó. Si un día la encuentro y me lastima, vamos a verlo. ¿Quién puede más? Ya pa' qué quiero nada en el mundo si no la tengo, todo es igual. Traigo conmigo un sentimiento.
T-Town Flashback, Flashback, Flashback.
Después de ti creí ya no sobrevivir. Que yo sin ti pensé matar, pensé morir. Después de ti ya
hay temores que esconder. Y ahora al fin vine a ganar y no a perder. Se te olvidó lo que sufrí, que me engañabas, que te reías, por eso vienes suplicándome perdón. Amor, con amor el amor se paga, hay entrega en cuerpo y alma, y es bonito vivir. Dolor, con dolor el dolor se paga, se devuelven las puñaladas y ahora son para ti. Amor, con amor el amor se paga y se tiene todo y nada, pero así soy feliz. Dolor, con dolor el dolor se paga, corazón, ¿qué quieres que haga? Si el amor es así, después de ti se fue mi llanto y mi dolor, y ya por fin quedó tranquilo el corazón. Se te olvidó lo que sufrí, que me engañabas, que te reías, por eso vienes suplicándome perdón. Amor, con amor el amor se paga, hay entrega en cuerpo y alma, y es bonito vivir. Dolor, con dolor el dolor se paga, se devuelven las puñaladas y ahora son para ti. Amor, con amor el amor se paga y se tiene todo y nada, pero así soy feliz. Dolor, con dolor el dolor se paga,
crazy fun fact about Elsa Garcia. As many artists that we had performing at T-Town, Elsa Garcia never performed there. How crazy is that, right? Anyways, T-Town flashback in full effect. You know, so many memories, just so many. So, I mean, there's no way I'm going to cover everything in what I'm doing right now, but I'm going to try to give you the, como she said, the main stories, the main fun facts, the main music in a sense. Well, another kind of crazy fun fact is that the last night that T-Town was open, which was a Saturday night, it was in October. Don't quote me, the third week in October, right around Halloween time. And it was a Saturday night, and the artist that performed, none of us knowing that it was going to be the last night, not even him, was Ram Herrera. What I'm going to do for y'all right now, I'm going to go ahead and let Ram, he's going to go ahead and talk about a special memory at T-Town, and then we're going to go live, a live recording at T-Town. Going to take you back like if, you know, I'm going to take you back to the time. Here's a live recording of Ram performing at T-Town, of course, but before that, Ram wants to share his memory.
I have a lot of fond memories of T-Town up on the hill. The place was always packed. They treated us real nice. I loved the back room they had for the artists. They had a great complimentary green room in the back, and which a lot of clubs didn't provide for bands, you know. So it's still kind of special playing there, knowing that you go there and you get to hang out in the back room over there where there was a TV. We watched the Spurs games or boxing events, and then they come bring us a picture of Kamikazes before we went on stage. I had one or two pictures of Kamikazes, and the ambiance was just great. Don Elliott showed up, and we took pictures with him. Other artists would show up, boxers, Robert Quiroga would show up, and other people would show up, and it was just a great place to be, man. And, you know, I'm sad that it's gone, and I'm sad to know that I was the last band to play there. But, you know, what they always treated us really good there. You felt like an artist there, you know. They treated you like an artist, and it's a far cry different from what other places we play at. They don't even have a dressing room. They have to change outside or in our bus, or if you had a bus, you change in the bus, or you change in the parking lot, you know. So working there was kind of cool. We always looked forward to working there because with traen comida and everything, and they treated you like an artist. You felt like an artist when you played there. And the people were amazing. It was just everybody just let go and had a good time. And I don't remember of any fights or anything going on in that place, you know, when we played there. It was always, everybody just, you know, was very harmonious, and everybody had a great time. A lot of fun memories we had in the back room and meeting people. And the girls were tremendous. The girls were beautiful that showed up over there. That was always a plus. It was just I have very, you know, I'll always keep the memories of the place. Danny Levinson was always took care of me. We went to the fights together. We saw the Quiroga fight when he fought the African guy from Zimbabwe, or I don't know where he's from, but se murió later on. But we were at the fight together, sitting together, and then I had to play that night. And I was screaming so much. He goes, "Rev, you better take it easy. You got to sing tonight." I said, "Yeah, I know." And I barely made it to the night because I almost lost my voice screaming for Quiroga. But and then Big Carlos always took care of us too. He was my bodyguard there, and big old boy, and he always. But very nice people. They treated us real good, and I can't say enough about them, man. I hope they're doing well. I haven't heard from them, seen them in years, and you know, I hope that God takes care of them and watches over them, because they were very nice people. They treated us very nice all the time. They treated all the artists real good. As long as you were cool with them, they were cool with you. You know, and I always try to treat everybody, you know, the way they treat me. They treat me nice, I'm going to give them nice back, you know. No, I got a lot of fond memories of that place. It was awesome.
Entre cantina y cantina,
Al bus
tu amor. Hoy has dejado una herida en el centro de mi corazón. Tomando de mi tequila, lágrimas que hoy este viaje que llevo derecho a la perdición. Amorcito de mi vida, dedicadme a mí. Y ya me cansé de rogarle y balas sin verlo yo. Eso es entre cantina y cantina hay la angustia de tu amor. Hoy has dejado mi herida en el centro de mi corazón. Tomando de mi tequila, lágrimas de por este viaje que llevo derecho a la ilusión. Amorcito de mi vida, dedicadme a mí. Ya me cansé de rogarle y un balazo me cogió. Que soy el ritmo. Me despido en este canto, dedicado para ti. Para cada vez que lo escucho, un recuerdo de mí. Entre cantina y cantina. Gracias, muchas gracias.
Hey, Rafa, this is D of Culturas, and you're listening to Robert Rivas Radio.
el diamante que buscaba siempre yo. Y tu sonrisa vale más que el oro, y tu cuerpo acariciarlo quiero yo. Bésame, cariño, bésame, para calmar el dolor que siento en mi corazón. Entrégame, cariño, entrégame la fuerza de tu amor para calmar mi pasión. Amor, te quiero mucho, mi amor. Bésame. Y bésame otra vez. En mi mente llevo tu retrato que me hace recordarme de ti. En mi pecho llevo la medalla que me diste cuando yo te amaba a ti. Para mí tú eres la primera que le prende fuego a mi corazón. Y mañana sé que voy a repetirlo, de gritar tu nombre y pedirte a ti. Bésame, cariño, bésame, para calmar el dolor que siento en mi corazón. Entrégame, cariño, entrégame la fuerza de tu amor para calmar mi pasión.
¿Qué tal, amigos? Les habla Dave Farias, man. I guess we're going a little bit, I guess, the things that I remember, man, back in T-Town, híjole, man, it was, just getting there, man. There was a line of Tejano people getting into the club. And, it's, those were the good old days when I was back with my brothers, La Tropa Este, and we had a good turnout there, man. There's a lot of people that went and supported, support Tejano in the 90s, and the club was booming, and everything was cool, man. Everything was nice. The people were danced. People were, we did a lot of autographs, a lot of, signing, everything, man, from T-shirts and caps and everything, and just supporting the Tejano industry. Pero I remember just a lot of good people there, man, that night, and every night we would perform there at T-Town. And it was up in the hill, man. If you're going up in the hill, that was T-Town. That was the place back in the days, back in the 90s. And I just want to thank everybody that supported, still supporting Tejano music. And, there was David Lee, Emilio, Mas, Propa, Jerry House. I mean, you name it, man. Everybody was doing us, and Shelly. And it was just, every weekend was a good crowd there at T-Town. So I wish it would come back, but I don't know. Yeah, one thing, man, that I remember back in the days when, we're Tropa, is we started off on Wednesday nights there at T-Time, man, and if we want to play, okay, guys, kick it off on Wednesday night. We did Wednesday nights for a long time. And after that, man, it was like we were the headliners, like 2-3 years later after that. And at the time, we were the Manny music, Brother Manny, man. So Red was the engineer, and, we had some hits coming out of there. After that, and, the gig is over and stuff, and there was a back room, man, that everybody used to hang out back there, man. And if you would go back there, man, you would see, like, Emilio walked in, man, or David Lee walked in there, man. It was a hangout for the musicians back there. It was a lot of fun. It was like, se acababa T-Town entran, and they'll continue back in the back room, man. But,
it was awesome, because you get to talk to everybody, the whole musicians. Any band that would show up, man, hey, I'll meet you back there. All right, that's cool, man. From Bobby Solis, Richard Solis, the drummers, man, to, a lot of bands, man, like Little Joe, the Camaradas, they would hang out back there, or Jimmy Edwards, and the Latin Breed, but it was good, man. The 90s were awesome for everybody, and I just want to thank everybody, man, that, just went to T-Town and had a great time, man. I did.
Que corren de tus ojos lágrimas, que remojan tus caricias, lágrimas, por un dolor. Decidí hacerte mi cariño y comprendí que te iban lastimado antes de mí a tu corazón. Pero eso ya quedó en el pasado, desde que tú estás aquí a mi lado, es puro amor. Ahora puedo gritar, ya no estoy triste, no pienso jamás en el pasado, ya no corren lágrimas. Que corren de tus ojos lágrimas, que remojan tus caricias, lágrimas, por un dolor. Decidí hacerte mi cariño y comprendí que te iban lastimado antes de mí a tu corazón. Pero eso ya quedó en el pasado, desde que tú estás aquí a mi lado, es puro amor. Ahora puedo gritar, ya no estoy triste, no pienso jamás en el pasado, ya no corren lágrimas. Pero esto ya quedó en el pasado, desde que tú estás aquí a mi lado, es puro amor. Ahora puedo gritar, ya no estoy triste, no pienso jamás en el pasado, ya no corren lágrimas. Ya no pienses en tu dolor, piensa en mi calor. No corren lágrimas, no corren lágrimas. No corren lágrimas, no corren lágrimas. No corren lágrimas. años que van pasando, no me canso de esperar. Y a veces que estoy cantando, mejor quisiera llorar. ¿Para qué seguir sufriendo si nada puedo lograr? Las nubes que van pasando se paran a lloviznar. Parece que se sostienen cuando a mí me oyen cantar. Cuando a mí me oyen cantar, se paran a lloviznar. Parece que alegran mi alma con su agua que traen del mar. Yo les digo a mis amigos, los que les gusta tomar, que nunca se den al vicio que los pueda dominar. En este mundo tirano hay que sabernos tantear. Las notas que estoy cantando me nacen del corazón, y con todo sentimiento las pongo en esta canción, para ver si así descansa este pobre corazón. Las nubes que van pasando se paran a lloviznar. Parece que se sostienen cuando a mí me oyen cantar. Cuando a mí me oyen cantar, se paran a lloviznar. Parece que alegran mi alma con su agua que traen del mar.
Hi, this is Jaime Diana from Los Chamacos, and you're listening to Robert Rivas Radio.
casé. Hoy me doy cuenta que sin ti no puedo vivir, no puedo. Exnovia, todavía te quiero, todavía te amo, con todo mi corazón. Exnovia, vuelve aquí conmigo, pues te necesito. Regresa a mí, por favor. Exnovia.
All I'm going to say is hit after hit after hit after hit. I'm telling you, man, that's what it was all about back in the day. It really, really was. T-Town, Tejano and Proud, 5 nights a week from Wednesday through Sunday. Wednesday nights was 25-cent drinks, 25-cent bar drinks, and drinks 7 to 9 o'clock. And in the beginning part of T-Town, they'd even throw in a buffet. What else do you want, right? And, of course, Thursday and Sunday nights were the world-famous 69-cent drinks happening all night long. That's Thursday and Sunday nights. $5 cover. Even homeless people could have afforded that. And all I'm going to say, man, it'd get really, really crazy in those nights. It really, really would. Anyways, you know, about a month ago, I lost a very dear friend of mine, Mr. Lee Woods. Lee Woods was in the music business pretty much his entire life from Kono, and I'm missing some radio stations, but I've always known him through Kono. And when KXTN was doing their thing with the Tejano stuff, Lee Woods jumped on the bandwagon with K Rio here in San Antonio, and that's how I got to meet Lee Woods, built a friendship with him, and we've been friends ever since then. My dear friend passed away a couple of weeks ago, give or take there a little bit, man, and just unreal. I don't know how, you know, from one day to the next, you're talking to somebody, then the next day they're gone. All I can say is Lee Woods, just simply a class act, an awesome guy. Really, man, just simply a really, really down-to-earth, very cool guy. But I had done an interview with Lee Woods several years ago doing the morning show, and I was able to cut a certain part of the interview that I did. You can always listen to all the interview by going to robertrivasradio.com, and you'll find it there, or just go to my YouTube channel, Robert Rivas Radio. Simple either way. But here, my friend Lee Woods talks about his memories at T-Town.
Hello, y'all. This is Lee Woods, former operations manager of K Rio, KRIO 94.1, which was in 1991 a Tejano radio station. We were also a big advertiser for T-Town, and they were open from I guess 91 to around 94. And the great Robert Rivas was the music director for the club, and he helped me expand my knowledge of music. See, Robert was a DJ. His job at the club was to keep people dancing. My job, running a radio station, was to keep people listening. So our music mix was a little different, but the knowledge I gained from Robert was really fantastic. And he's got to be a great guy to work for, Danny Douchebag Levinson, the guy that owned T-Town. Danny and I went way back to the early 70s, but 91 to 94, when Tejano music was really cooking. There were some other clubs. Man, there were so many. There was Desperado and Tejano Rose, and a place called Something Different, and just a bunch of small and large clubs. But Danny's club was the elite, the creme de la creme. He had a great sound system, really had super employees. I don't know how he attracted them, because he was really hard to work for. But he was a loyal guy. If you produced for him, if you did good for him, when you worked for him, he never forgot that. And as big of an ass as he was, the way he yelled at people, I think his favorite word was douchebag. Every time I'd go visit and talk business, see how the club was doing, and get his advertising schedule, one of my favorite lines about T-Town that we put in the commercials was total BS. It was drink specials, too many to mention in a radio ad. And, of course, you know, drink special was, it's like stabbing him in the stomach, because Danny did not like to give anything away. But he did bring in the top talent in the industry. He treated all of them with dignity and respect, made sure the backstage area that they got to use was properly stocked with beer and wine and whiskey and a buffet for the guys in the band or the gals in the band. He did know how to professionally take care of business. He was very hard-edged and very hard-working. The man, you know, he'd come close to club at 2 in the morning, and then you go see him at 9 o'clock the next morning. He was bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, already made the bank deposit, and was licking his chops over how much money he made. It was a fun time. It was a crazy time. And I think everybody in the industry, in the end, got a little too greedy. T-Town debuted so many acts. And when a band didn't draw to Danny's satisfaction, he called them douchebags and said they couldn't draw flies to a banquet. He was quite the character, and he didn't mind telling you to his face. He was a big guy, strong guy, and whenever you shook his hand, you got a grip. But one thing about him, he was always loyal. He was always good to me and treated me right. I'd take the verbal abuse because I knew at the time when I knew even before that he never really meant it. That's just the way he rolled. Those were great times, and that was a great club. And it's just too bad we don't have that kind of venue anymore for these acts. See, it was, I miss the guy. He died of a brain aneurysm, I believe, when he was 69 years old. And he's the kind of person you thought would never die. He was so tough. But he had a heart bigger than Texas. When his son died, he raised his grandchildren like his own, made sure they had a good education and a good upbringing. T-Town, boy, I could go on forever and ever, but my voice is starting to give out. And I know Robert's got more important things to do than to listen to my diatribe. Thank you, Robert, for having me on. And you folks that are listening, you know the quality of this show and the quality of the man behind it. So enjoy. And thank you so much, Robert, for having me on.
Siento yo tu pasión cuando me miras así. Siento yo tu calor cuando te acercas a mí. Y en mis sueños yo sueño que tú estás conmigo. Es la vida que me das, es la luna
cuando me abrazas así. Siento yo tus labios cuando me besas a mí. Y en mis sueños yo sueño que tú estás conmigo. Es la vida que me das, es la luna que alumbrará. Cuando estoy aquí contigo seré muy feliz. Y en mis sueños yo sueño que tú estás conmigo.
Hi, I'm David Lee Garza from the Musicales, and you're listening to Robert Rivas Radio.
I can remember, David Lee, when Jay went into T-Town, when he left, well, when y'all had your breakup, we'll go that way. When y'all had your breakup, y'all separated, and Jay showed up at T-Town, and he went into the office. I happened to be there that day in the morning, and they were interested, the owner, Danny. You remember Danny Levinson?
Yeah, Danny, yeah.
They were talking, and they said, well, how much do you need? And he threw out this big fat number. Jay, because, hey, man, you're not going to get that. Well, why, man? I'm the lead singer. Yeah, but you're not David Lee. They said, you're not David Lee. You know, because he was just starting. Yeah. I'm not knocking Jay, but you know, he was just getting started. But I got to tell you, he built up fast because he started getting gigs at Desperados. And they started looking at the numbers. TABC, how much liquor and alcohol was being sold on those nights that he was there. They said, obviously, this guy's pulling people in. So that's when T-Town said, well, come on. A quick little crazy story, man. I don't know if you're aware of this or not. At T-Town, we used to record the bands on stage. We had 2 cameras. We record y'all. Todos ustedes, all of them.
Where's all that film?
You know what? I've got 3 or 4 only, dude. And but we'll talk about that later. Anyways, we had one of Jay with you. Okay. And what we would do on Thursdays and Sundays, there were no bands. We put half of the TVs on one of the artists that performed at T-Town, the other half on the other artist. One night, 2 days after Jay left because he wanted a lot of money, Danny got pissed off. Danny didn't want nothing to do with him. Thought he was being disrespected. I didn't know. So I put the tape on, and Jay Perez is on all one half of the screens on T-Town. I viene Danny encabronado, todo bule. Take that crap off right now. I don't want to see that tape ever again of Jay Perez. And he pulled out, David, he pulled out the VCR tape. He got the tape and started.
Tore it up. Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. You tore up some history here, man. You know,
exactly right.
That was the only tape I had of you all, with you and Jay at T-Town. And that's it. Wow. And guess what? A month later, Jay's playing on stage.
Ya parece que me estoy volviendo loco por tu amor, por tu amor. Hasta siento que tu amor me has dado poco de calor, de pasión. Me dan ansias de probar tus lindos besos, de tu amor, de tu amor. Y pasar la vida entera, mi amorcito, con tu amor. siento que tu amor me has dado todo, de calor, de pasión. Me dan ansias de probar tus lindos besos, de tu amor, y pasar la vida entera, mi amorcito, con tu amor, con tu amor. Pero al verte me rechina todo el cuerpo, algo no está bien, lo siento, y mi corazón me dice que te olvide con el tiempo, con el tiempo.
The boys from Poteet, Texas, David Lee Garza y los Musicales. Anyways, T-Town flashback. You know, one thing for sure, working at T-Town and being there for 2.5 years the way I was, I got to meet too many people. Is there a thing as too many? Well, so many people in the music business. And not in the music business, just unreal, just unreal. So many people that I met, but even more so was the craziness of being able to have the option to record the bands like we would. And in the beginning, when we would record the bands, there was no microphone set up. It would just be video. And one day the boss said, "Why isn't there audio on these?" And I said, "Well, I don't know, you set it up, there's no microphones." He goes, "What are we living in the 50s? So anyways, by that weekend, whoever was going to perform, they put microphones by the stage. That way the VCR was recording and the microphones was the audio part of it. That being said, we recorded too many bands, like I was telling David Lee. Too many bands, all of them. What happened to the tapes? I really don't know. I know I had several copies, which I still have, and I've converted them from VHS to DVD. And but one night, one special night, Selena performed at T-Town, and she had performed there several times before, and I was recording the concert like I would other concerts, but that night would be different, and I'm going to tell you why. We all know what happened to Selena in the year 1995, if I got that right. You know, the tragedy that happened with her fan club president, Yolanda Saldívar. We all know. We all know. Well, this night that I was recording Selena at T-Town, I didn't even know what I had till about 5 or 6 years ago. I was just kind of going through the VCR and the DVD. I didn't realize what I had, but lo and behold, I stumbled across where A.B., you know, they're all on stage. The Dinos are all on stage. Selena, A.B., they're all up there. Well, it's right in between a song, and A.B. decides to give a shout out to Yolanda Saldívar, fan club president, and you can hear Selena like, "Yes, yes, yes," and clapping. Lo and behold, that if we would have known what would have happened a couple of years later. I want you to check this out. This is really, really kind of spooky kind of a thing, but really just unreal. You never know what you're going to record or come across, etc. And here is prime example of that. Let's go live to T-Town.
Before we go on to this next one, we want to send a special hello out to our fan club president, Yolanda Saldívar. Visiting with us here. We're going to send this song out to her. We're going to send it out to everybody from Tejano.
And also Bonnie from Coca-Cola USA.
Tejano
A very special moment at T-Town, should I say Super Bowl moment, was a Super Bowl Sunday when the boss decided to open at 12 noon and invite everybody, no cover charge, to come and watch the Super Bowl. I think it was the Cowboys and the Bills, if memory serves me right. And lined up right after the game, Emilio Navaira y Grupo Rio. How crazy is that, right? I'll just never forget when the band came on stage and they did their little introduction, whatever music. Here comes Emilio and Raulito wearing Dallas Cowboy helmets, man. The crowd went crazy. Let's go live to T-Town with Emilio Navaira.
La rama del mezquite donde tú me esperabas, desde que tú te fuiste se comenzó a secar. Sus hojas eran verdes y ya son amarillas, parece que comprende que yo me estoy sin vida. La rama del mezquite, igual que yo se muere. Amor, si algún día vuelves, me vas a visitar. Al panteón de los enamorados, pero sobre mi tumba no me vayas a llorar. Así sabrá lo mucho que te quise. La rama del mezquite y yo estaremos juntos, mas no te pongas triste, todo tiene su final. y así sabrás lo mucho que te quise. La rama del mezquite y yo estaremos juntos, mas no te pongas triste, todo tiene su final. Mi cruz será la rama del mezquite y así sabrás lo mucho que te quise. Del mezquite y yo estaremos juntos, mas no te pongas triste, todo tiene su final.
Enamorado y nunca me dices sí y nunca me dices no, me traes muy descontrolado y es por eso que una flor que se llama Margarita me la paso deshojando para ver si tú me quieres como yo te estoy amando. Si me quiere, no me quiere, si me quiere, no me quiere y se acaban las hojitas y después me voy al campo a cortar más margaritas. Si me quiere, no me quiere, si me quiere, no me quiere y se acaban las hojitas y así paso todo el día deshojando margaritas. A veces te pido un beso y nunca me dices sí y nunca me dices no, me traes muy descontrolado y es por eso que una flor que se llama Margarita me la paso deshojando para ver si tú me quieres como yo te estoy amando. Si me quiere, no me quiere, si me quiere, no me quiere y se acaban las hojitas y después me voy al campo a cortar más margaritas. Si me quiere, no me quiere, si me quiere, no me quiere y se acaban las hojitas y así paso todo el día deshojando margaritas.
Robert Rivas Radio, Tejano, and much more.
Si mañana nada me importa. Otra vez llega el amanecer, yo sin tu cariño. Otra vez llega el amanecer, yo sin tus besos. Fuiste el único amor en mi vida y te he perdido. Si mañana viene o no, ya que me importa. Si mañana viene o no, nada me importa. Ya no tengo razón para vivir en este mundo. Si mañana viene o no, ya que me importa. El licor calma las penas que por ti sufro. Desde que te fuiste de mí, extraño tus besos. Eras todo para mí en mi vida y ya no te tengo. Si mañana viene o no, ya que me importa. Si mañana viene o no, nada me importa. Ya no tengo razón para vivir en este mundo. Ya no vuelve la que más amaba, se fue de mí. Ya no vuelve la que más amaba, se fue de mí.
Hi, this is Suzette Quintanilla, and I'm listening to Robert Rivas Radio. Hello, everyone. This is Suzette Quintanilla, and my memory of T-Town, let's see, oh my gosh, I got a lot of them. I guess one of them would definitely be the fact that every time we did play in San Antonio there at T-Town, we had a sold-out crowd, and I remember, you know, performing and always actually loved performing at T-Town because they had like a little back area, kind of like an apartment for all the bands. So during our breaks, we used to hang out there, and we used to have our friends there, and you know, it wasn't about hanging out in the back of a van, but that was before we had the bus. And just, you know, hanging out and having a good time. And, of course, you know, playing in San Antonio was always something that we totally enjoyed. And we loved our fans in San Antonio, and they've always been great supporters of our music back then and even to this day. So how can anybody not forget T-Town?
Fotos y recuerdos. Tengo una foto de ti, que beso cada noche antes de dormir. Está media rota, ya se está borrando, por tantas lágrimas que estoy derramando.
ser muy feliz. Olvida todo lo pasado, ven y calma mi sufrir. Regresa a mí, regresa a mí, regresa a mí, que no puedo estar sin ti. Regresa a mí, regresa a mí, regresa a mí, que sin ti voy a morir.
What a song, La Mafia. People always tell me, Robert, so La Mafia never performed at T-Town, huh? Actually, they never did, and it's unfortunate. As I mentioned earlier, I mean, they just wanted too much money for what the boss wanted to spend, but we had our hands full, man. We had Maz, we had Emilio, we had David Lee, we had Selena, we had La Fiebre, we had all the heavy hitters, but for some reason, La Mafia, other than money, never came and performed. Now, T-Town Flashback, we're coming around full circle here, and I'm kind of getting kind of sad because, like I said, with these memories and stuff that people are talking about, I'm getting all my memories, and it was a very, very, you know what, I'm not going to get into it yet, porque I'm going to start getting misty and everything, and we're not quite there yet, but I will give you a crazy fun fact. There were two artists that were recorded live at T-Town that were distributed on CDs, EMI Latin. The first was Emilio Navarra, and then the second was Gary Hobbs. They did a live recording at T-Town, and I can't think of a better time than right now. Let's go ahead and do, Gary Hobbs is going to go ahead and share his memory of T-Town, and then we're going to go live to T-Town with Gary Hobbs.
This is Gary Hobbs, and I'm from Eagle Pass, Texas, and want to say hello to all our listeners. Appreciate y'all listening in. Those of you that know who Gary Hobbs is, Tejano music, want to talk about T-Town. T-Town was pretty instrumental and to our career, and of course to the whole San Antonio area for such a long time. It was one of my favorite places of all time. Of course, it was our favorite place when it was happening, and I have very fond memories. Danny Levinson. Dan could be hard. He could, but he was always supportive of Tejano music. He was supportive of us. We became good friends, and well, I miss Dan. Of course, he passed away, but fond memories, and also Carlos Perez, the promoter, who managed the place and booked bands and stuff. Carlos, a very dear friend of ours, and the last that I heard was he had moved to New Jersey working with a record label. I don't know if it was EMI or Sony, but I have fond memories of the whole place, and especially us doing a live CD. We did a live CD there at T-Town, and as Robert mentioned it to me, there was only two bands that ever recorded live CDs there, and Emilio was one, and we were the other band to go in there. And so we were blessed to have recorded a live CD there, and we did a couple of New Year's Eve there. I remember one or two. Great crowds, great service, you know, the people that worked there, and I have nothing but fond memories, and I wish there was another T-Town in this era with the likes of Danny Levinson and Carlos, and but for sure T-Town was one of our favorite places in San Antonio, and once again, thank you, San Antonio, for that era of supporting T-Town and supporting Gary Hobbs, Eagle Pass.
Las gracias por acompañarnos de parte de un amigo servidor, Gary Hobbs, the Hot Sauce Band. Once again, we're recording our first live album tonight here at T-Town. Les damos las gracias por acompañarnos. All the lovely ladies in the house in the front with us. A little something I wrote a long time ago. Sin las fuerzas de seguir, sin tu amor en mi vida, seguir. Es porque me abandonaste, la consecuencia de mover, te traicioné mi amor, y no lo vuelvo a hacer. Y por infieles sí que es verdad, amanezco en soledad, prefiero huir y sé que no quiero seguir. Por infieles sí que es verdad, amanezco en soledad, comprendo mi amor, te vas para no volver. Tu ternura vulnerable frecuentemente me esquivé y no sé por qué te traicioné. El por qué me abandonaste, la consecuencia de mover, te traicioné mi amor, y no lo vuelvo a hacer. Y por infieles sí que es verdad, amanezco en soledad, prefiero huir y sé que no quiero seguir. Y por infieles sí que es verdad, amanezco en soledad, comprendo mi amor, te vas para no volver. Amanezco sin ganas, sin las fuerzas de seguir, sin tu amor en mi vida, no quiero seguir. Es porque me abandonaste, la consecuencia de mover, te traicioné mi amor, no lo vuelvo a hacer. Y por infieles sí que es verdad, amanezco en soledad, prefiero huir y sé que no quiero seguir. Y por infieles sí que es verdad, amanezco en soledad, comprendo mi amor, te vas para no volver.
Flashback, flashback, flashback.
Hi guys, this is Jimmy Gonzalez with Super Grupo Mas from Brownsville, Texas, from the Valley. Just saying hi to all of you guys that are listening to me right now. And talking about a little bit of T-Town. Man, T-Town was it was a beautiful club, and I know that it's still there, I think, but different names and stuff. T-Town was one of the biggest, man. It had to be the biggest. They brought the best artists, the best Tejano bands that I can remember. It was, of course, the original Mas, my compadre Joe Lopez and myself, and I really don't know what the rest of the bands, and it kept changing a little bit. I know Brando was there, too, and some of the guys were still there, but we had a ball, man. And, of course, I just found out that Danny had passed away like 5-6 years ago. But the owner, and he was an awesome guy, man. He was a great man. He was a very good personal friend of mine, and he treated us like kings, man. We got there, he gave us a red carpet, and they had a room on the side and the back, and that's where we used to stay, and it was a beautiful room, and they had couches, they had everything. And like I said, Danny would treat us like royalty. We were such good friends, and we had such big fans. Basically, that's where it started from, San Antonio. San Antonio's been a big supporter of the Grupo Mas since since we were born back in 78. And up to this day, to 2015, they're still a big supporter of me headlining Grupo Mas with my own band, which is part of all my kids. But going back to T-Town, those are beautiful memories, man. I can't recall a club right now that was like T-Town, you know. But I just wanted to say hi to you guys, and I'm saddened with the news que me dio Robert right now about Danny. I thought honestly that he was still living, pero well, I guess in a better place in heaven, and well, he'll be missed, of course. One big memory that I do have about Danny was that he gave me an earring. He gave me an earring, and I still have it to this day. And it said T-Town. It was like a star, and it said T-Town, and he had like a half a carat diamond on it. And up to this day, man, I still have it. So something that I wanted to share with you guys about T-Town. And I wanna thank everybody for listening to Robert Rivas Internet Radio, and I'll see you guys next time. And thank you guys for listening. And T-Town will always be in my memory, man. T-Town was great, and T-Town is great. It's a big memory that I have in my heart. So thank you guys for your support, like I said before, and I'll see you pretty soon in San Antonio. Love you guys.
Que me dejes, por favor. No me hables más, que me hieren tus palabras. Si es que antes me importabas, es que entonces yo estaba en un gravísimo error. Vete ya, vete ya. Tu presencia, te lo pido con urgencia, que me dejes, por favor. No me hables más, que me hieren tus palabras. Si es que antes me importabas, es que entonces yo estaba en un gravísimo error. Vete ya. Vete ya y ya no vuelvas, que mientras que vida tenganos, no te extrañaré. Vete ya y ya no vuelvas, que me hará muy bien tu ausencia. Fácil te olvidaré, pero déjame en paz.
T-Town Flashback. Flashback. Flashback.
Right, this is Ramiro Burr, longtime writer, columnist, and book author, and producer of the weekly The Buzz with Burr on the Robert Rivas Radio show. My best memories of T-Town is it was the big club on top of the hill. It was the hottest place when it opened up. It was the place to be. It had everything modern that clubs didn't have until that point, which is like 16,000 square foot, 1,400 capacity, tons of TV, basketball, and sports trivia, a great sound system, and just a wonderful A1 ambience. You feel you were at a class club when you were at T-Town. Back then, T-Town had what no other club at the time had, and that is a professional green room, or an area where the artists could relax before showtime, where they were taken care of with food and drinks and conveniences. It was a place to relax. It had plenty of comfortable seating. Again, it was private, strictly for the A-listers. It was a nice experience. From there, you walked around the building to the club as the band got on stage and caught the show. Going to a club to record a show was an unusual move, but it showed that the record label was happy with the ambience and the level of professionalism at that club, and the acoustics worked well, and it was just big enough for a live show to be recorded, and recorded very well. And Emilio's 1992 album, Live, was recorded there, and I was there, and it was an awesome show. Great acoustics, lots of energy, memorable evening. Danny Levinson was a memorable figure. It's the kind of guy you meet, you never forget. He was huge, he was tall, he was boisterous, he had big hands, but he did bring some memorable things to the scene, and that wasn't just T-Town. It was the whole concept of the Tejano and Proud logo, which was they were the originators of it. It indicated that this was a club that was top class. It was something that Danny believed that Tejano fans deserved, was an A1 location. He was a no-nonsense guy, didn't put up with any BS from anybody, fans and artists included. I remember one time when Maz was beginning to have a reputation for no-shows, and they were booked at the club. I remember Danny called me up personally and said, you need to write in your column that he personally guaranteed that Maz would show up at the club that Friday, and if they didn't, he would refund music fans $25 each. But Maz showed up, so it was an unforgettable night. But Danny, no-nonsense type of guy. What made T-Town unique and separate from all the other clubs around was they were the largest ones at the time. They featured the top line of artists. They had lots of pictures of the artists inside. It was a place to see. It was almost like a museum. They definitely had a head and shoulders above other clubs like Desperados, Tejano Wave, Reflex. When T-Town closed, it was just one more marker in the increasing decline of Tejano music in 94, 95. Stations were already going down, but when the Monster Club of all clubs closes down, that was just as sad as exciting it was when it opened. So it was definitely an indicator that Tejano had passed its glory days and was on its way back to where it started.
¿Quién me lo manda a poner los ojos en una estrella que está tan alta?
radio, man, there were just certain songs that sometimes, the crowd could be a little kind of like, just weren't in the mood. Just kind of where it happens sometimes. And if you don't believe me, ask any DJ out there. Just sometimes things are not happening the way you want them to happen, and you got to kind of dig deep into your main songs that they're going to get out there. And that song by Grupo Estrella, La Única Estrella, was one of them, no doubt, man. The gritos would fill the air. Anyways, we're coming full circle here, and I got a couple more left of, a couple more memories left. But before we get to the sad part, the shutting down of T-Town kind of a thing, I definitely got to play the song for y'all and give y'all the lowdown about it. This song right here, man, I would have a lot of fun with this song. I really, really would. Sometimes I would play it 2 or 3 times back to back to back. That's how crazy it would get. Everybody was going crazy, and then after the first time I would play it, I'd say, Otra vez! One more time! Half of the people said, yeah! And half of the people, no! Good enough. I'd play it again. And everybody started dancing. The dance floor was packed. It finished. One more time? No! Other people, yes! Why not? And I'd play it again. Be a lot of fun with the song. It really, really was, man. Brings back a whole lot of memories, man, on this T-Town flashback.
Yo nunca había bailado, pero hoy en día me he entusiasmado con ese ritmo de la charanga, porque me he dado cuenta que hasta los cojos botan la mula y se sienten buenos cuando la bailan. Yo nunca había bailado, pero hoy en día me he entusiasmado con ese ritmo de la charanga, porque me he dado cuenta que hasta los cojos botan la mula y se sienten buenos cuando la bailan. Charanga, en la costa se goza mucho con charanga. Charanga, en la costa se goza mucho con pachanga. Pachanga, en Colombia se goza mucho con charanga. Charanga, Venezuela también la mueve con pachanga. Pachanga, pachanga, charanga, charanga, pachanga, pachanga, charanga, charanga. Pero mira que sabía que no se casa por el modo de mirarme. Parece que no duerme, amanece, anochece en la rueda del fandango. Ella quiere que la muerte se la lleve charangando. Charanga, 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 ganga, charanga es una buena ganga. Guara, guá, 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 guara, guá, 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 guara, guá, 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 guá. Se goza mucho con charanga. Charanga, en la costa se goza mucho con pachanga. Pachanga, en Colombia se goza mucho con charanga. Charanga, Venezuela también la mueve con pachanga. Pachanga, pachanga, charanga, charanga, pachanga, pachanga. Mira que sabía que no se casa por el modo de mirarme. Parece que no duerme, amanece, anochece en la rueda del fandango. Ya quiere que la muerte se la lleve charangando. Charanga, 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 ganga, charanga es una buena ganga. Guara, guá, 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 guara, guá, 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 guara, guá, 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 guá.
Tell you what, man, if you were drunk at the time I was playing that song, I'd make sure you sober up dancing that one. That's the truth. Anyways, T-Town Flashback, we're coming pretty much to the end of this. Just simply awesome trip down memory lane. But let me just go ahead and say what I'm going to say here about this person that is about to share their memory. I think if you've been keeping up with everything that's been being said here about T-Town Flashback, the owner, Danny Levinson, he was really something else, man. I know when I first met him and I first dealt with him, I would have never ever bet $1 saying I'm going to last this guy out for 2.5 years. I didn't think I'd survive a week. Very, very tough. Very, very tough man. Hard to get his respect. But that's just the way he was. But I'll say this for myself. He brought out the best in me. Because when I first started DJing there, I'm not going to lie, man, I was just very mediocre. And Danny expected perfection. And he got that out of me. He really, really did. Now, that being said, Danny had a girlfriend. And whenever he would show up, she was always with him. In the evenings, you know, when everything's happening, whatever, Danny would show up 9, 10 o'clock at night, everything's happening. He always had his girlfriend with him. And she was always super friendly to me. She really, really was. And her name was Stacy. And she still lives here in San Antonio, I think. But anyways, when I first did my T-Town documentary, if you want to call it that, I thought it was mandatory. I had to get a hold of her. I wanted to talk to her. I wanted to get her angle of the club closing down. I really, really did. I just had to talk to her, and I'm so blessed, so glad that she gave me that time several years ago to talk to her, and even more so for her to share the memory, the inside angle to Mr. Danny Levinson and his club, because Danny would never show any feelings, any hurt, any whatever. Danny was just like a tough man. He would never show anything, you know, bulletproof if you want to call him that. But Stacy gave me her time to be able to share her memory of the club, and even more so of Danny Levinson, knowing that the club had pretty much gone full circle and was coming to an end. Let's go back in time where Stacy talks about T-Town and talks about Danny Levinson.
My name is Stacy Levinson, and I was married to Danny, who owned and ran T-Town. As many of you know, Danny passed away from cancer 7 years ago. When I met him almost 30 years ago, he had just closed Tiffany Billiards, which he had owned since the 70s, and had opened a top 40 club, where T-Town ended up being. After a few years, he decided to lease the property out and had reopened Tiffany's on West Avenue. It was at Tiffany's that he first learned about Tejano. We had an employee named Raul who would get dressed up in his jeans and boots and his cowboy hat and go out dancing to Tejano music. And Danny realized how popular Tejano was and started looking into it. And he decided to open a Tejano club at the San Pedro location. And a friend of Danny's introduced him to Carlos Perales, who eventually became our general manager. And Carlos knew the bands and the music, and Danny knew the bar business. So we set about to open a Tejano club. We thought about different names, but Tejano Town and T-Town were the favorites, and ultimately T-Town won out. Danny liked slogans, and Tiffany's had shoot pool, not people, and he wanted something similar for T-Town. And I was at lunch with a girlfriend, and I told her what we were doing, and we talked about the Hispanic culture and the loyalty to family, and most importantly, the pride. And I later told Danny that we had to say something about that pride in the slogan. Proud to be a Tejano was a choice, but Tejano and Proud was the winner. T-Town was a lot like the recent South Texas oil boom. It was big and powerful, and it took on a life of its own. It changed people's lives, and it became our life for several years. Danny loved T-Town, the excitement, the music, the crowds of people, and the success of it. He took great pride in making it the best that it could be. He was tough to deal with for a lot of people, but deep down, he was a kind-hearted and generous man. Our favorite bands were Selena, She was so sweet and had such a beautiful spirit. Danny's picture with her was one of his favorite things. Gary Hobbs, he was always so great. And Maz, we even let Joe spend the night at our house once, and Ram. I loved the music and the dancing and seeing everyone dressed up and having a good time. I always dreaded Thursdays and Sundays because of the craziness of it with the 69-cent beers, and it was wild. We loved being a part of Tejano music, and we were very grateful and proud to be part of such a special place. And I will always cherish my memories of T-Town. When Danny knew that T-Town was going to close, it was really, really hard on him, and he didn't want to do it, but he knew that things had changed and the numbers weren't there anymore, and it just wasn't what it had been, and he had to do it, and it was really hard on him, and it affected his being, and I really think he went into a depression afterwards, and it took him a while to get over it. And not only was it, his business, it was really our way of life, and it was a big part of his persona, of who he was and who he had become, and it was really, really hard for him to let that go. And I helped him through it the best I could, and but it changed him. It changed who he was, and he, of course, went on and reopened Tiffany's, and but I don't think he was ever really the same. I think he missed the excitement and just the people and all the friends that he had made, and the people that he had spent most of his time with from that time. He loved T-Town, and he really missed it when it was gone.
¿Para qué me hacías pensar que me querías? ¿Para qué me hacías pensar que tú eras mía? Pensar que me querías, para que me hacías pensar que tú eras mía, para que me hacías creer en tantos sueños donde solo yo dormía, para que tú me engañaste si a otro hombre le entregabas tu querer. No te importó el amor que siempre te entregué. No te importó el dolor que me has hecho padecer. Quiero saber por qué me hiciste creer en un amor que nunca fue, para que me juraste ser mía, para qué. Para que me hacías creer en tantos sueños donde solo yo dormía, para que tú me engañaste si a otro hombre le entregabas tu querer. No te importó el amor hecho padecer. Quiero saber por qué me hiciste creer en un amor que nunca fue. ¿Para qué me juraste ser mía? ¿Para qué?
Gotta tell you, man, there's a reason why I played that song right there by Joel Nava. ¿Para qué? Porque that song right there had just kicked off, and I really, really liked that song. I had just received it from the record label, and 2 weeks later we closed. And it just always takes me back to where, man, that kind of, I don't know, it's just hard to explain. But that song right there, man, I just remember I really, really liked it. I had just started playing it, and that was the end of T-Town right there, but just always gives me that memory. Anyways, we've come full circle here, and it is time for the last memory, which will be mine. And what I'm going to be doing right now, I went ahead, instead of me doing this all over again, I went ahead and used for my documentary, if we want to call it that, the last night, T-Town's last night. My description of T-Town's last night, I'll be playing for you right now, and right after what I talk about, I'm going to close out with a song that if you went to T-Town a lot or semi whatever, I'm not going to say all the time, but pretty much, I'm going to say 30-40% of the time, I would close out with the song I'm about to close out with after I talk about T-Town's last night. On a quick note, let me just say this about Danny Levinson. I have a lot of memories of that man. He affected my life like I never thought he would, but I'll never forget one night. It was Christmas time, Christmas Eve, and we're working. The place is dead, the place is empty, but we're working. And I'll never forget, he walked into the DJ booth, and he gives me an envelope, and he tells me, "Merry Christmas, MF." You know where I'm going without the MF, but with a smile. "Merry Christmas, MF." And he gives me an envelope. And I opened it up, and it was 5 $100 bills. And I was just blown away by it. I really was. What a gift to be given from a person who is so hard on people, so tough, money-wise. But yet he went and gave me a $500 Christmas bonus. Now, also, let me say this. His son was a bartender at the club. So, when the night was over, he comes up to me. He goes, "Hey, man, what did my dad give you for a Christmas bonus?" I said, "Oh, it wasn't much. What'd you get?" $50, man. That's all he gave me, $50. What'd he give you? I told him the same. I didn't have the heart to tell him that his dad gave me more money than he gave him. But still, it was just a memory that I'll never forget. Let's do it. I'm going to go ahead and play the last part of T-Town Flashback, my memory of the last night at T-Town, and I'm going to close out with the song that I would close out with a whole lot. Thank y'all so very much for listening to T-Town Flashback.
We've come full circle, okay? All I know is the month was October. Man, if memory serves me right, it was like the third week in October. It was a Saturday night. Ram was playing. Ram Herrera was playing. It was a slow night. Like I said, we have taken hits already on slow nights. The big club, the big new club, was down the street, Tejano Rodeo, should I say. So, like I said, I would only drink on Thursdays and Sunday nights. Those were my drinking nights. That's what I put upon myself. Thursdays and Sundays were my drinking nights. So anyways, it's about 10:30 at night. I'm up on the DJ booth, and I don't know who came up and told me. I don't remember. Waitress or security. Somebody came up and told me, "Hey, guess what? Tonight's the last night. They're shutting us down." And I go, "Really?" They go, "Yeah, tonight's the last night." So right away, man, the buzz was throughout the employees. You could see the buzz was there. "It's our last night. It's our last night. It's our last night." And I went, and right away I went to the manager, Carlos, and I said, "Carlos, is tonight our last night?" He goes, "Yes, sir. That's it. That's it. We're shutting her down after tonight." Well, I got a hold of a waitress, and I said, "Go get me a couple of beers. Go get me a couple of shots, and keep them coming." I said, "If tonight's our last night, I'm going to go out in a blaze of glory." And sure enough, it was our last night. Ram was the last band to perform at T-Town. When everybody filed out that night, nobody knew. I didn't announce it. They didn't want me to announce to our customers that it was going to be our last night. But it was our last night, and I'm going to come clean here, and this is true. This is all true. The night was over. Then Carlos held a meeting with all the employees. He announced to everybody, he made it official that T-Town was shutting down. That was the last night. I'm glad he acknowledged me. He said, from the beginning to the end, me and Robert, we started this together, and we're finishing up together. We're the last two of the original employees when everything got started. And I remember everybody walked out, everybody left, and I was just kind of hanging around, just looking at everything, just unbelievably. I couldn't believe that the club had shut down. And I'm not going to lie to you, although, it was sad, I felt bad, there was also a sigh of relief, like, wow, geez, man, the ride has come to an end. 5 nights a week, over and over and over again, my nights off Mondays and Tuesdays, holidays, birthdays, special days, my parents, Christmas Eve, New Year's Eve, all of that, all those sacrifices, giving it up, working at a club, and all of that, at least for the meantime, had come to an end. And I started looking for Carlos. I couldn't find him. And I saw him over there by the DJ booth. So I kind of walked over there, and I noticed that Carlos was a little misty-eyed. And I said, "You doing okay, dude?" And he goes, "Yeah, man, it just, it's just sad. It's just sad that this club has come to an end." And I go, "Yeah, I know, dude, I know." And the weirdest thing was that once the club was closed, the next afternoon, I went to some event at some park. I was out there, and so many people that I knew, of course, because of the club. "Hey, Rob, we'll see you tonight." "Yeah, man, hey, we'll see you tonight." "Yeah, we'll see you tonight." And I didn't even have the heart to tell them that we had shut down. I said, they'll find out for themselves. And that was that. That was that. T-Town was closed. And then just to go to show you that regardless of missing a place, missing a club, a couple of weeks later, it was just weird. After that, when it closed down, come Sunday night, I was off all of a sudden. I didn't have to work. I didn't know what to do. The following week, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, my regular rotation, I didn't know what to do. The weekend came, I didn't know what to do. I was like, what do I do? What do I do? A couple of weeks went by, and I'll never forget this. I was in my apartment, and I had saved several VHS tapes, recordings of some of the bands that performed there at T-Town, and I don't know what band I was watching. I think it was Mas, or I don't know who it was, but I was watching it, and I don't know why, but I just kind of like, I burst into tears. I felt sad. I really felt sad, and I felt betrayed by the people, because I said to myself, all the effort that we put into the club, everything that was put into the club to make it as classy as possible, everything, entertainment, service, everything. And I saw it as the people didn't care. They jumped ship. They went to Tejano rodeo, and I said, the people didn't care. They didn't care. There was really no loyalty. As Toby said earlier, they would tell them, "Hey, man, we're never going to go to T-Town. We're never going to go there. We're loyal to Desperados." But really, in the club business, there's no loyalty. The crowds are going to go wherever the entertainment is. Whoever's got the best entertainer and the best beer prices, that's where the crowds are going to go. Really. In this club business, there's really no loyalty in a sense. But anyways, I am, that's my story. That is my story. That is not only my story, the other employee stories, the entertainers, the Tejano Star stories. It was one awesome ride, and which finally came to an end. And I'll always cherish the memories of T-Town. They're in my heart. I will take them with me to my grave. And like I said, I am glad y'all took the time to listen. I will always remember T-Town as T-Town, Tejano and Proud, the Studio 54 of Tejano music.
pasa mi vida y no encuentro la razón de mi sufrir. Perfecto no lo soy, así es mi vida, pero esto no es razón para sufrir. Ya no le interesa de mi amor ni su amor. Le di lo más bonito de mi vida y todo por quererla ser feliz. Jamás yo fui capaz de una mentira y menos obligarte a quererme a mí. Ya no le interesa de mi amor ni su amor. No hay amor. Si así tuvo que ser entre el hombre y la mujer, ya nada ganó con llorar. Ya no es la misma. ¿Por qué tuvo que ser perderla por otro amor? Ya nada ganó con llorar. ¿Por qué tendría que ser así? Qué triste fue decir adiós a mi Si así tendría que ser entre el hombre y la mujer, ya nada ganó con llorar. Ya no es lo mismo. ¿Por qué tuvo que ser perderla por otro amor? Ya nada ganó con llorar. ¿Por qué tendría que ser así? Qué triste fue decir adiós a mi amor. No hay amor, no es amor. No es amor, no hay amor. No hay amor, no es amor. No es amor, no hay amor.
T-Town Flashback.